Good morning, we're on the record. Good morning, everyone. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2576 of the Open Meetings Act, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. This meeting has been conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies during the public emergency. Pursuant to this guidance, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABRA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically pursuant to Mayor's Order 2021-119. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Rafi Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, present.
Ms. Jenny Henson.
Jenny Hansen, present.
Mr. Edward Grandis.
Edward Grandis, present.
The board has 6 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway today with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are approximately 12 hearings on this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. All right. Our first order of business today is case number, it's a show cause hearing. I'm sorry. Apologize. The protest hearing status. The first case is case number 21 PRO 00078 Entice Lounge, license number 117477. Can you please elevate the rights of the participants in this case?
But he decided it was dirty. I don't know. I don't catch.
I'm sorry,
I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was unmuted.
Right, Ms. Jaffe. I can't see you, but I definitely can hear you. I'm sorry, Miss Foshman, have we elevate the rights of all the participants in this case?
Mr. Anderson?
Yes, Mr. Jaffe.
I'm sorry for my original problem. This is Gay Gladding. She's with me too. She's also a Protestant.
All right, that's fine, ma'am. I just want to make sure. You can mute yourself. I'm just trying to make sure that all the
Okay.
topics have been elevated, so we haven't started this yet. So I'm just trying to get clarification from our IT specialist if all the parties for this case if their rights have been elevated. Ms. Yohanes, is your client joining us today?
No, he's not.
Okay. I think we're still missing Mr. James. Ms. Fossman, are there any other parties whose rights need to be elevated in this case? Miss Yanis, I apologize to ask you. Who are the protestants in this case, please?
The ANC, KCA, and a group of 5 or more.
And so we're still missing the KCA, Mr. James. And I don't know if they're.
We're also missing some of our people who I know had logged in, but maybe they haven't. Oh, there they are. We're okay. I think we're okay now.
Thank you.
Just a point of clarification that it's a group of 3 or more because this isn't a moratorium zone.
Sure.
I just want to make sure all the protestants their rights have been elevated. So that's all I'm trying to find out before I start. So we have representative of the group, we have the ANC, and so we're waiting for KCA.
That is correct.
I'm still waiting for us to be on the record, so just give me a minute, please. I apologize. I'm just trying to get some clarification what's going on with the parties. And so I apologize for the delay. I'm just trying to make sure that the rights of all the parties have been elevated. And I'm having some difficulty, so I do apologize for the delay.
Call-in user 703-217. I'm unmuting you. Can you please state your name for the record? Call-in user 202-705. Can you please state your name? I'm unmuting you.
This is Dennis James. My phone number is 202-705-7411.
Okay, I am elevating you to panelist.
Mr. James, and I want to advise the parties, remember, we are on the internet, so unless you want the entire world to start calling you, that's one of the reasons why our IT specialists just utilize a part of your number. We don't provide your entire number because now the whole world will have access to your number unless that's what you so desire. So just as an FYI.
Understood.
right.
Am I being heard now?
Yes, you're being heard, Mr. James. All right, hold on. Okay. All right, I
Thank you.
believe, all right, have all the parties for this case, have they been elevated? The rights of all the parties for this case been elevated?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. All right. Thank you. Okay, this is case number, again, 21 PRO 00078, Entice Lounge, license number 117477. This is a protest hearing status. So let's start with the representative of the licensee.
Sidon Johannes on behalf of the applicant, and that is SIDONYOHANNES.
Good morning. Thank you, Ms. Johannes. And I would ask all parties, if you have a camera, please turn your camera on. And when you introduce yourself, for the record, please spell and state your name and your relationship to this case. All right, so I'll go with the ANC.
Good morning. This is Amir Irani, AMIRIRANI, representing ANC 1C. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Irani. Mr. James, can you please identify your name yourself for the record? Please spell and state your name and your relationship to this case.
Good morning. Dennis James, President of Kalorama Citizens Association, appearing for the association today.
Can you spell your name, Mr. James, please?
First name Dennis, DENIS. Last name James, JAMES.
Thank you, Mr. James. Good morning. Ms. Jaffe, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to this case, please?
I am here as a group of protestants. My name is Ellen Jaffe, ELLEN and next to me is Gay Gladding, who's also one of the protestants.
And I need her. Good morning. I need her to state and to say her name for the record and also spell it too, please.
My name is Gay Gladding.
It's spelled Gayglading.
Good morning, Ms. Gladden. Ms. Shaya, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please, and your relationship to this case?
She's having trouble with her microphone, it seems. She texted me that even though she appears on your screen, she doesn't appear to be in for some reason. She
So
says she can't can you unmute her, Mr. Donovan? She says she can't unmute herself.
Ms. Foshman, can you please unmute Ms. Shaya, please?
Can you please restate her name?
Nancy Shia, that's the name that appears on my screen.
Call-in user 703217. Can you please state your name? You're unmuted. Call-in user 202705. Can you please state your name? You're unmuted.
I'm not sure if the person appears on my screen so I can see their name. So I don't think they're a call-in.
No, she's not a
She's not a
call-in.
call-in.
Oh, she
And-
can unmute herself, but I'll unmute you. She's unmuted.
Finally.
I'm sorry. Ms. Shea, can you please spell and state your name for the record,
My
please?
name is Nancy Shia, and I am here with John Carter.
Hold on, Miss Shaya, can you please, first of all, can you please state your name and spell your name for the record and your relationship to this case, please?
My name is Nancy, Nancy Shia, Shia. I am part of the group of protesters who live right across the street from the establishment.
All right, thank you, Ms. Shaya. Now, can the person who's with you, can they please spell and state their name for the record, please?
I'm John Carter, and I am one of the protesters. It's JOHNCARTER.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Carter. And one of the reasons why I asked, we have a court reporter, and so the court reporter is capturing everyone's information. So we just want to make sure that he or she is able to correctly spell your name for the record. So that's one of the reasons why I asked for you to state your name and the spelling of your name for the record. All right, starting with Ms. Ioannis, are there any preliminary matters that needs to be brought to the attention of the board?
The applicant has no preliminary matters at this time.
All right, thank you.
Just
Mr. Irani, do you have any preliminary matters you'd like to bring to the attention of the board?
No preliminary matters, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. James, do you have any preliminary matters you want to bring to the attention of the board? Mr. James? Mr. Dennis James?
Unmute him.
He was unmuted. He stated what his name was before. I don't know what happened. I think Mr. James's number was 703, Ms. Washburn. I don't know if he got unmuted. If it's like, I think he had stated his number, I think was a 703.
If it's helpful, the last 4 digits of Mr. James's number is 7411.
All right, so Ms. Foshman, can you look for 7411 and please unmute this person if he has not been unmuted, please? It's like he's a call-in. Mr. James, are you there?
You can probably leave. because-
Hello?
Is that Mr. James?
No,
All right,
I
hold
have
on.
not been.
I'm sorry, who's speaking?
Oh, Stephen McKevitt.
Who are you, sir?
I am with the group with Ellen Jaffe.
Okay, all right. Can you say and spell your name for the record, please, sir?
Yes. Stephen, Stephen, and last name is McKevitt, Mckevitt.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
I don't know what's going on with Mr. James. He was here. Now I don't know what's going on with Mr. James. He introduced himself for the record. I don't know what type of technological challenges, but at least for standing, he's here. All right, so I'll momentarily move on. Who is the designated representative for the group, please?
I am Ellen Jaffe.
Okay, all right, Good morning, Ms. Jaffe again. Do you have any preliminary matters you want to bring to the attention of the board?
We do not have any preliminary matters.
Thank you, Ms. Jaffe. All right. All right. This matter then is scheduled for a protest hearing on January 12th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. All right. All right. Now that we've scheduled this matter for a protest hearing, there are a few things that I would like to instruct you about, because the board's practice under the board's emergency, under the public emergency has changed. As you know, the board's hearings are conducted virtually, so it is more important than ever that protest hearings are focused and addresses only those issues that are being protested. Following this hearing, you will receive an email from Associate General Counsel Mr. Jonathan Berman that will include a copy of a protest information form and a copy of an exhibit form, as well as specific instructions for the hearing. You are required to complete and submit the protest information form PIP and the exhibit form at least 7 days before the date of the hearing. If we do not receive a copy of your forms 7 days before the hearing, your application or your protest may be subject to dismissal. These documents need not only be submitted to Abra Legal, but also to the opposing parties as well. Please know that these documents greatly assist the board in narrowing the protest issues, facilitating the process, and keeping the parties on point during the hearing. Each side is limited to no more than 5 witnesses, and you will only have 60 minutes to present your case. This includes all direct and cross-examination of witnesses. The board does not intend to hear testimony on matters that are not relevant to these issues that are being protested, nor will the board tolerate repetitive testimony. Basically, what this means is that if we go to a protest hearing, the ANC will present its case, KCA will present its case, and the group will also present its case. So unless the parties decide unless the parties decide that they're going to have one presenter, then we're going to have the three groups would each present its case, and each side would have cross-examination. So the board supports settlement. If the parties can settle this matter, the board will support settlement, because there are many parties here, and at least if the matter is settled, then each side would be happy with the end result. I just want to remind the group that if the ANC reaches a settlement with the establishment, and if the group does not agree with the settlement, and if the group or if the group is not a part of the settlement, I just want to let them know that by operation of law, your protest will fall. So I just want to let you know that if there's a settlement with the ANC, and if you are not a part of that settlement, then your standing to move forward with the protest hearing will disappear. And I would also like to inform you that the board cannot force the licensee to make you a part of a settlement if, for whatever reason, just as an FYI. I know Mr. Gray's, for the the Neighborhood Association, KCA, even if there's a settlement with the licensee, if they're not a part of the settlement, we're still moving forward with a hearing because they still have standing to move forward. So are there any questions by any parties?
No questions.
I would like to ask a
Who is
question.
speaking, please?
Sorry, my name is Nancy Shia. I'm one of the parties.
Yes, yes, Ms. Shire, although Ms. Jaffe is your representative, but anyway, I'll allow you to speak. Go ahead, ma'am.
I just want a little clarification on what you just said. If the ANC comes to a settlement, are you saying that the neighbors cannot move forward with the protest?
Your group, if there is a settlement with the ANC, and if you're not a part of that settlement, your ability to move forward with the hearing will fall.
So
That's all.
to clarify, we have to then work with the ANC to come to a settlement. We don't have to, but we should be working with the ANC to reach a mutual settlement.
I can't tell the parties how to negotiate, ma'am. All I'm just saying is that you currently have standing to move forward with the protest. I'm just saying that if the ANC signs a settlement agreement with the licensee, and if you are not a part of that settlement agreement, then you will no longer have the ability to move forward. So I'm just telling the parties that whatever it is that they should move forward, because they should try to work together if they can. But I'm not telling the licensee not to negotiate with you. The reason why I mentioned this is because I've had previous cases where groups will petition the board to say they want to move forward with a hearing because they're still not happy. And I'm just informing the parties that by operation of law, if there is a settlement with the ANC, you can no longer move forward with a hearing. But I would hope that this is the same neighborhood, that the issues that are important to the ANC, the issues that are important to the group, and the issues that are associated with the Citizens Association, that they should be similar issues. That's all I'm saying. So I'm hoping that, and I don't know, that if there's similar issues that the parties can all jointly work together to come to a settlement. But if the parties are unable to come to a settlement, then we're going to have a hearing where each side will present their case and what it is that they're seeking at the end of the day. That's all.
Thank you very much for the explanation.
You're welcome, ma'am.
And this is Ellen Jaffe. We have been working with the ANC and with the Kalorama Citizens Association, so this should not create a problem for us. Thank you.
Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that. All right. All right. We thank you greatly for your cooperation. If you have any questions at any point leading up to the hearing, please do not hesitate to contact Associate General Counsel Jonathan Berman, and he can be reached at jonathan.berman@dc.gov. All right. Again, the board supports settlement if the parties are able to reach settlement. But if the parties are unable to settle this matter, we will see you in the new year on January 22nd, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. for this hearing. Okay. Happy holidays, everyone, and thank you very much.
Happy holidays. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, our next case is case number 21 PRO 00079, 18th Street Lounge, license number 118846. Ms. Fossman, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Stand by. Candace Fitch, you are a panelist. John Guggenmoos, your rights have been elevated. Robert Goldberg, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, good morning, everyone. We're here for the protest hearing status for 18th Street Lounge. So we'll start with Ms. Fitch. Can you please state and spell the name of for the record and your relationship to this case, ma'am?
Candace Fitch, CANDACE, FITCH, F as in Frank, ITCH, and I'm the attorney for the applicant.
Good morning, ma'am. Is the applicant is the applicant here with you this morning?
To my knowledge, he told me he was on. It's Fareed Nouri.
I'm not sure. Can you find it if your client wants to participate? If for some reason we have not elevate his rights, please let me know if he's having some problems, please.
Okay. He says he is on.
All right, what's his name?
Fareed, Farid, Nouri, Nouri.
Mr. Nouri, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Sure. Farid Nouri, Farid. Last name is Nouri.
And what's your relationship to this case, sir?
I'm the owner.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right, so let's go with the protestant. So let's start with Mr. Guggenmoos. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please, sir, and your relationship to this case?
Sure, it's John Guggenmoos, JOHN, Guggenmos, and I represent ANC2F.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Now, is this been protested just by an ANC, or is there is there a group?
No, there are groups as well.
All right. So, Mr. Goldberg, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please? We can't hear you, sir.
Mr. Chair, is that Robert Goldberg?
Yes.
We have filed a motion to dismiss their test, so they were not allowed to be at the roll call hearing. So should they be present at status? We don't really have a status with them.
Hold on. This is 18th Street Lounge case, right?
Yes, sir. And the motion and their response to our motion is on later, on your schedule later in the day.
Hold on. All right. Well, I just want I still need him to. We have not publicly voted on your motion as yet, and so we can address this today. We'll address this in this hearing. So, Mr. Goldberg, can you state and spell your name for the record, please? Mr. Goldberg?
I think I saw a chat, he was having audio issues. Somewhere I saw him type that.
I'm not keeping up with the chat, so. Okay. So is Mr. Goldberg and whoever Jelena, are they on the same line, or I don't know?
Yes.
All right, okay. If you're on the same, Mr. Goldberg and Miss Budget, I'm sorry, how you pronounce
It's
your name?
okay. So we have two groups of 5, as well as Mr. Goldberg with Banka present.
Okay,
And
all right.
obviously
The
we're
reason
having
I'm saying
some
because I was getting
technology issues.
Yeah, all right. So let's have all the parties then introduce themselves for the record. State and spell your names and your relationship to this protest.
So first, my name is Robert Goldberg, RobertGoldberg, and I represent the Blagden Alley Naylor Court Association.
Who is with you, Mr. Goldberg?
I've got the 2 other groups of 5 present here.
Can I have them spell and state their name for the record, please?
My name is Hector Pinto, Hector, Hector, Pinto like the bean or the car, Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Pinto. Who else do we have?
My name is Vincent Easley, Vincent. Last name Easley, Easley.
Thank you. Is that everyone? Has everyone identified?
There's one more.
Who's that, please?
And there's me, Yelena Budjevets. Fortunately, my name is also spelled visually, but it's Jelena, surname Budjevac. And I represent the group of 5, which is the Blagden Alley group of 5. Hector and Vincent represent the Picnic Bench group of 5.
All right, thank you, Ms. Budjevac. One of the reasons why I asked everyone to state and spell your name for the record, we have a court reporter. So the court reporter has not seen your name.
Fantastic.
So they can spell your name correctly for the record, and then each time you're speaking, they can identify. So each time everyone speaks, please identify, state the name that who's speaking. All right, so Ms. Finch, you had raised. It's my understanding that you had filed a you had filed a motion to dismiss, and you wanted to dismiss. What group is it that you're trying to dismiss, ma'am?
Blagden Alley Naylor Court Association.
All right, and that matter was on our. We were going to address that today on our legal agenda, which we have not addressed publicly, but I believe that we can, since you're here today, you have raised the issue. And can you just orally tell us why is it that you had filed the motion?
There were a few different issues. In their motion, they stated that they voted on August 25th and then later voted September 26th. So we were confused as to the date of their meeting because we did not receive notice of their formal meeting on either of those dates. And we did attend a meeting with them on, earlier in August, the 17th maybe. And at that time, they were not an organized association in the District of Columbia. Their articles were not approved until August 19th.
All right, and I'm sorry, who is the representative of that group? I'm sorry again.
Robert Goldberg.
All right, Mr. Boger, I'm sorry?
Goldberg, Goldberg.
Okay, good morning, Mr. I'm sorry, Mr. Goldberg. So what was your response in your motion, sir?
Our response to this was that we did advise Ms. Fitch in regards to our meeting, which she did attend. And we did file a question to both Ms. Nadler and Ms. Candace Fitch. We are required to notify participants via phone. Many of our residents do not have access to email or smartphones, so that is within our bylaws. Our incorporation was done, and it was done prior to those conversations. However, please note that the Blagden Alley Naylor Court Association has been around since the 1980s and was the one that founded the historic preservation, creating Blagden Alley Naylor Court as a historic place.
All right, thank you. All right. Based on the representation that was made, I'm going to make a motion that the motion be denied, and the reason why that I'm making a motion to the board for us to vote to deny the motion is that the applicant presents no evidence that BANCA is not a qualified citizen association. Furthermore, BANCA has explained in its filing that it provided notice of the September 26, 2021 meeting where it voted to protest the application to the, could everyone please mute your phone, please? Filing that it provided notice of September 26, 2021 meeting where it voted to protest the application to the applicant's council on August 25th, 2021 by phone. BANCA then held the notice meeting on September 26, 2021. BANCA first explained that its original protest letter contained a clerical error regarding the dates. Because the board credits these uncontroverted statements of fact, BANC complied with the applicable regulations, and the remaining arguments presented by the applicant are moot or too speculative to merit consideration. So that's one of the reasons why I'm making a motion that the board denies the motion to dismiss. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Hanson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. I said before we would have addressed it prior to our lunch break. I will do the legal agenda. So, but I will, for the public record, but because we have the hearing today, so that's one of the reasons why we're now voting to deny the motion. Okay, so the motion has been denied, and so this matter, we're moving forward with the protestants, the two groups with this hearing. Are there any other preliminary matters in this case?
The applicant has no preliminary matters.
Thank you. Mr. Goldberg, do you have any preliminary matters, sir?
Any preliminary matters?
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Gugelmus, do you have any preliminary matters on behalf of the ANC?
John Guggenmoos has no preliminary matters on behalf of the ANC.
Thank you. And I think it's Ms. Buttigieg?
Yeah, it's all right.
All right.
It's painful. I know. I didn't pick my name. So Yelena Bujevitz, I have no preliminary matters for our group of 5.
All right, thank you. This matter then is scheduled, and I'm sorry, this matter then is scheduled for a protest hearing on January 12th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m.
Mr. Anderson, we're missing one of the parties of 5. Hector Pinto.
Who's that?
Yeah, so
you said.
This is Robert Goldberg speaking, but I'm just. We
I'm
didn't,
sorry,
we did not, we didn't recognize the other group of 5. There are 2 groups of 5.
And what is the other group?
It's the picnic bench
It's the
group.
picnic bench. It's Hector Pinto.
Oh,
and
I
Vincent.
apologize. I thought.
No problem, brother. No problem. It's a Tuesday. It's a Wednesday.
All right. Well, you know, okay, I'm gonna blame the protesting. You know, I'm gonna blame the protesting because I can't see you. Okay.
Oh yeah. Well, go ahead. Put the blame on me. Put the
All
blame
right.
on
So
me. I don't
because
care.
I
me.
can't see you, I'm gonna
Well,
blame you because
we can't see a lot of y'all. Put it
All
that
right.
way.
All right. So I apologize.
No problem, brother. No problem.
Okay. So there's 3 groups and the ANC. Am I correct now? There's 3 groups and the ANC.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. So all the groups are recognized and they have standing to move forward with the hearing. However, I want to advise the 3 groups that if there's a settlement agreement that's reached with the ANC, the groups, I'm sorry, no, one is, okay, no. So I'm sorry, there's
the Banca Association
The
with
Banca
Robert
Association.
Goldberg, and then 2 groups of 5, one
All
of
right.
which Yelena Budjevets
All
is me, and Vincent Easley and Hector Pinto for the picnic bench. So 2 groups of 5 and 1 association.
All right, I
as
apologize.
protesters. No, it's
So-
confusing.
All right, so I just want to advise the 2 groups of 5 that if a settlement agreement is reached with the ANC, and if those 2 groups of 5 are not a part of that settlement agreement, then their protest will fall by operational law. Just want to let you know that if you're not a part of that settlement,
Association.
I've not gotten to that issue. I'm just addressing the 2 groups of 5. So if there is a settlement agreement reached with the ANC and there's the 2 groups of 5, if they are not a part of that settlement agreement, that their protest will fall and the board does not have any authority to force anyone to make them a part of the settlement agreement. The BANC, they have their own standards. So even if a settlement agreement is reached with the ANC, if they're not part of it, we'll still move forward with the hearing. Just by operation of law, those are the ones who still have standing, whether or not settlement has been reached by either party. However, this is the neighborhood that you all live in, and so the board supports settlements. So because if the parties are able to settle the matters, at least everyone would, I assume, get what it is that they're seeking out of this protest. Now, if the board makes a decision, then one side or the other might be upset with the decision. And so we prefer, because this is your neighborhood, you're going to live, this is where you currently live, that if the matter can be settled, the board supports settlements so the parties can yeah, I'll say it that way. But if the parties are unable to settle the matter, then I will see you in the new year for the hearing on January 12th at 1:30 p.m. Are there any other questions by anyone?
No, thank you, Mr. Anderson.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Now that's Mr. Pinto, right?
Yeah, you know it, buddy. You know it is me.
All right, I just want to make sure you, although I can't see you this time, but you sure
Oh,
are.
you're going to see me next time. You're going to see me next time.
All right.
You can see me next time.
All
I'll
right,
make sure of
Mr. Pinto. All right, thank you.
No
All right,
problem,
Mr. I'm sorry, Mr. Gugan. Mr. Gugamas.
Yes, good enough. Yes.
Thank
very
you.
good.
You know, by highlighting your names on my screen, then I can look at the names and try my best not to butcher it. Okay, I try. And Miss Buja, I'm sorry, I'm trying.
It's okay. It's all right. How about Yelena?
Miss
I think
Yelena,
Yelena,
I try to be formal, but although I'm looking at your name
Hey,
and I'm
Miss
trying
Yelena.
my best,
I like Miss Yelena.
I'm
It's
trying my
formal.
best to phonetically pronounce it. So I do apologize if I butcher your name. All right,
It's-
thank you. Okay, so Now that we have scheduled this matter for protest hearing, there are a few things that I would like to instruct you about because the board's practices under the public emergency has changed. As you know, the board's hearings are conducted virtually, so it's more important than ever that protest hearings are focused and addresses only those issues that are being protested. Following this hearing, you'll receive an email from our Associate General Counsel, Jonathan Berman, that will include a copy of a protest information form and a copy of an exhibit form, as well as specific instructions for the hearing. You're required to complete and submit the protest information form PIP and exhibit form at least 7 days before the hearing. If we do not receive a copy of your form 7 days before the hearing, your application or your protest may be subject to dismissal. These documents not only need to be submitted to Aber Legal, but also to the opposing parties as well. Please know that these documents greatly assist the board in narrowing the protest issues, facilitating the process, and keeping the parties on point during the hearing. Each side is limited to no more than 5 witnesses, and you will only have 60 minutes to present your case. This includes all direct and cross-examination of witnesses. The board does not intend to hear testimony on matters that are not relevant to the issues that are being protested, nor will the board tolerate repetitive testimony. So basically, what we're saying is that if this goes to a hearing, we'll have the ANC will have 5 witnesses. Each of the 2 protest groups will can put on 5 witnesses, and the Civic Association can also put on 5 witnesses. And so, if this matter can be settled, the board would appreciate it. If it cannot be, or if when we do the hearing, if we go to a hearing, if the parties decide to consolidate and have one person present the case, that would be helpful. But just want to let you know that that's the process that we're going to follow if we go to a hearing in January.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. We thank you greatly for your cooperation. If you have any questions at any time leading up to the hearing, please do not hesitate to contact Mr. Berman at Jonathan, JONATHAN.BERMAN@dc.gov. I want to wish everyone a happy holiday. I hope I don't see you in the new year, because I have confidence that you're going to settle the matter. But if I see you in the new year, I won't take it personally. But happy holidays, and please, if the matter can be settled, please try to do that. If not, we'll have a hearing. Okay?
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Mr. Anderson.
Happy holidays to you. too.
Happy holidays. All right, thank you. Have a great day. All right, then. Bye-bye. All right. Our next case is a show cause hearing status case number 21 CMP 00038, Felicity Lounge, license number 112502. Ms. Foshman, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, including the government? I think it's Mr. Stephen Ortiz, is the government representative.
Stephen Ortiz, your rights have been elevated. I do not see Daryl Jones on the line. That is all, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Mr. Jones, if you are on the line, can you please identify yourself through the chat? If you are on the line, I'll give you maybe another minute. If not, we will move forward. All right. Good morning, Mr. Ortiz. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Good morning, Mr. Chairperson. Stephen Ortiz on behalf of the District of Columbia. That's STEPHENORTIZ.
Good morning. I see that the licensee is not here. All right. This matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing on January 26, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. The next case in our calendar is case number 21-251-000. I'm sorry, 21-251-00004, Villa Toscana, license number 100312. Ms. Foshburn, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case, please?
Please stand by. Alex Larios, your rights are elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Good
All right,
morning,
Mr.
board.
Hold on 1 minute, please, sir. Hold on.
There you go.
Mr. Ortiz, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Stephen Ortiz on behalf of the District of Columbia. That's STEPHENORTIZ.
Good morning again, Mr. Ortiz. Mr. Lars, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to this case, please?
Yes, it's Alex Larios, ALEX LARIOS. I'm the manager at Villa Toscana.
All right, good morning. Mr. Ortiz, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
There are no preliminary matters at this time.
All right, thank you. All right, then this matter then is scheduled for show cause hearing on January 12th, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. And what this means for your part, Mr. Lars, is that we're going to a show cause hearing, meaning that 7 days before the hearing, you are required to exchange documents and witnesses for the hearing. And Mr. Ortiz will do the same thing. So therefore, if you're going to defend your position, if you're going to bring witnesses, if you're going to have documents, then that needs to be exchanged 7 days before the hearing with the government and with the agency. Do you have any questions, sir?
No questions.
All right, fine. Anyway, if the parties discuss settlement prior to the hearing, then we can address that issue on our legal agenda. But if not, we will see you on January 12th, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. Have a great day. Happy holidays. Thank you very much.
Okay, same guy. Happy holidays.
All right, thank you. All right, the next case on our calendar is 21CC 00032, Roja Market, license number 103124. And Ms. Foshburn, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case?
No additional parties are online for this hearing.
There are no additional parties online, is that what you said?
Correct.
All right, thank you. If there's anyone online for Roja Market, can you please identify yourself so we can elevate your rights, please? Hearing none, Mr. Ortiz, can you please state your name for the record, please?
Good morning, Stephen Ortiz on behalf of the District of Columbia. That's STEPHENORTIZ.
Good morning again, Mr. Ortiz. This matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing on January 12th, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 21-251-00025, DC Shenanigans, license number 88119. This case has been canceled. The parties have submitted an offer in compromise for the board's review and approval. The next case on our calendar is case number 21 MGR 0000008, Sandra Molina, license number 116803. It's my understanding that Ms. Molina had requested I think this morning she had requested an interpreter. So, however, I don't know if she's online this morning. Mr. Ortiz, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Good morning, Stephen Ortiz on behalf of the District of Columbia. That's STEPHENORTIZ. ORTIZ, and that is correct, Mr. Chairperson. She is going to need an interpreter for these proceedings.
All right, fine. Then do you know was she planning to participate? I know that based on her advising the board, I think early today about an interpreter, one has not been provided, but do you know if she was planning to appear today?
This is my colleague's case, and I'm not aware whether or not she was going to appear. And so there was some obviously some language issues there with understanding, and so I'm not sure if my colleague was able to actually get that answered or not.
All right, thank you for the representation, Mr. Ortiz. However, this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on January 12th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. and the agency will provide her an interpreter for that hearing, and we will ensure that notice is provided to her in her native language. All right, thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Ortiz. All right. The next case on our calendar is case number 20 CIT 00053 Ted's Bulletin, license number 108110. This case has been canceled. The government dismissed the case. See board order number 2021-864. The next case on our calendar is case number 21 CMP 00042, Station 4, license number 112252. Ms. Foshman, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case, please?
Please stand by. Munir Siddiqui, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
My name is
Hold
Munir.
on 1 minute, please, sir. Hold on. All right. Mr. Ortiz, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Good morning, Stephen Ortiz on behalf of the District of Columbia. It's STEPHENORTIZ.
Thank you. Mr. Siddiqui, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to this case, please?
Munir Siddiqui, MONEER SIDIQI. I'm the owner of Station 4.
Good morning, Mr. Siddiqui. All right, Mr. Ortiz, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes, my understanding is that the parties have reached an offer in compromise.
And what is that, please?
As to charge one, charge cover charge without the proper endorsement, the offer in compromise is that the licensee shall receive a warning. As to charge two, no ABC manager on duty or owner on duty, the OIC is that the licensee shall pay a $250 fine within 120 days, or its license shall be suspended indefinitely until this fine is paid. As to charge three, allow third party or promoter to provide security. The OIC is that the licensee shall pay $1,000 within 120 days, or its license shall be suspended indefinitely until this fine is paid. As to charge four, interfered with an investigation, the OIC is that the licensee shall pay $1,000 within 120 days, or its license shall be suspended indefinitely. And that is the offer in compromise.
Mr. Siddiqui, it's my understanding that there is an offer in compromise, and the offer in compromise is that for charge one, a warning will be issued. Charge two, a fine of $250 payable within 120 days. For charge three, a fine of $1,000 payable within 120 days. And for charge four, there is a fine of $1,000 payable within 120 days. If the fine is not payable in 120 days, the license will be suspended, sir. Is that your understanding of the offer in compromise?
It is, and I do accept the offer in compromise.
And are you aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that you're giving up your right to a hearing?
I am.
Are you also aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that you're giving up your right to appeal this matter?
Yes.
Any questions by the board members regarding the appropriateness of this offer in compromise? Mr. Ortiz, do you believe that if the board was to accept this offer in compromise, that it serves the residents of the District of Columbia?
I do.
With that said, I make a motion that the offer in compromise for charge 1, a charge of a warning be issued. For charge 2, a fine of $250 payable within 120 days. Charge 3, a fine of $1,000 payable within 120 days. And charge 4, a fine of $1,000 payable in 120 days be accepted. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Henson. Ms. Crockett,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. I want to thank the board for voting on this offer in compromise, and I would like to thank the parties for coming to an agreement. So, Mr. Siddiqui, what this means that 120 days from this date, you have to pay the fine. If the fine is not payable, your license will be suspended until the fine has been paid. Are you clear, sir?
I am clear.
All right. Thank you, and have a great day then.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Have a great day.
You're welcome then. All right. Take care. All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 20 CMP 00085, Lounge of 3, license number 113558. Can you please identify, Ms. Foxborough, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case, please?
Please stand by. Yublay Batu, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Ortiz, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Good morning, Mr. Chairperson. Stephen Ortiz on behalf of the District of Columbia. That's STEPHENORTIZ.
Mr. Batu, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to this case, please?
Yublay Batu, YEUWBLAY, last name BITEW, owner.
I apologize, Ms. Batu, that I said Mr. because when I can't see you, I apologize. I do apologize for that. All right. All right. Mr. Ortiz, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson. There's an offer in compromise to present to the board at this time.
And what is the offer in compromise, please?
As to charge 1 and the only charge, failed to comply with mayor's order and board's emergency rulemaking. The offer in compromise is that the licensee shall receive a warning.
Ms. Batu, it's my understanding that there's an offer in compromise, and the offer in compromise is that a warning will be issued. Is this your understanding of the offer in compromise, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that you're giving up your right to a hearing?
Yes, sir.
Are you also aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that you're giving up your right to appeal this matter?
Say that again?
Are you aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that you're giving up your right to appeal this matter? That this is a final matter, it cannot be appealed.
Okay.
Are there any questions by the board members regarding this offer in compromise?
No, I don't have anything.
No, not you, ma'am. Thank you. I'm asking my fellow board members before we vote, if any board members have any concerns. All right. With that said, I will then make a motion that we should accept this offer in compromise. The offer in compromise of a warning. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. I want to thank the parties for working this matter out. Thank you very much. Have a great day and a happy holiday.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I do have just one question at this time, not regarding this case that you just called.
Yes, Mr. Ortiz.
And my apologies, I'm just having a little bit of connection issues. I just wanted to make sure that you, for my own record, that you called both of the Felicity Lounge cases.
I only called one Felicity Lounge case because I was not following my own instructions this morning, but the calendar that I have, only one case is listed. And only one case is listed, and this morning when this morning when it was presented, I thought I heard two cases, so let me see if I can find the calendar. So I will have the number for the second case, but I thank you for bringing that to my attention, but I only have I need to find the other case. So I need to find the other case so I can call that number.
Understood. I'm also looking for the most recent calendar that I
All right, no, there's only, hold on. I need to. All right, okay, that was my error. I believe that, all right. That was my error. I do apologize. I'm not sure which case number I called. So because I was looking at my calendar and I saw, all right, so the first Felicity case is case number 21 CMP 00038, license number 112502. And I know when I called the case this morning, the licensee was not there. And so I'm going to recall both cases. So Mr. Ortiz, it's my understanding the licensee is not on the line, and the licensee was properly served on October 29th, 2021. So because the licensee was properly served on October 29th, 2021, and he is not here today, this matter is then scheduled for a show cause hearing on January 12th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. The second Felicity case, lounge case, is case number 21 CMP 00041, Felicity Lounge license number 112502. And Mr. Ortiz, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairperson. Stephen Ortiz on behalf of the District of Columbia. That's STEPHEN ORTIZ.
All right. And the licensee is not here because we had called the case, it was not here. Again, it's my understanding that the licensee was properly served on October 29th, 2021. So this matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing on January 26, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ortiz, for bringing that to my attention. Both cases are on my calendar. I did check them. I did check it off, but I failed to call both cases. So thank you very much for bringing that to my attention.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I had the connection issue, so I didn't know if you called them both at the same time or not. But you all have a good day.
Ortiz, you just know how to excuse me from an error. I appreciate that, sir. Okay, I appreciate that. I appreciate that on your behalf. You have I'm not sure if I'll see you this afternoon, but if not, have a great day. Thank you, sir.
You as well, and all the other board members. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right then. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 21 PRO 00070 Barcarda Wine Bar, license number 115719. This case has been continued to March 2nd, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. See board order number 2021-755. All right, that ends our morning agenda. And so we will now do our legal agenda. The first matter on our legal agenda is a review of a settlement agreement dated October 14th, 2021 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6B and the Association for the Preservation of Historical Congressional Cemetery, license number 117891. I make a motion that we approve the settlement agreement. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, a second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
And Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The second case on our legal agenda, the review of the settlement agreement dated November 3rd, 2021 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 1C, the Colorado Citizens Association, and D-Light Cafe, license number 119298. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis, approved.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3 on our legal agenda is a review of a settlement agreement dated November 2nd, 2021 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6A and Lydia Restaurant and Lounge, license number 119312. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Crockett, seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 4 on our legal agenda is a review of a settlement agreement dated November 16th, 2021 between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 7C and ANS Grocery, license number 101367. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis, second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 5 on our legal agenda is a review of a settlement agreement dated November 24th, 2021 between a group of 5 or more individuals, and 12 after 12, license number 117238. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 6 on our calendar is a review of the motion, the applicant's motion to dismiss the protest on Blagden Alley Naylor Court Association dated November 15th, 2021. This is the 18th Street Lounge, license number 118846. We had the hearing this morning and the board voted 6-0 to deny the motion. In the second case, number 7 on our number 7 on our legal agenda is the review of the protestants Blagden Alley Naylor Court Association's opposition to applicant's motion to dismiss group dated November 15th, 2021. This again in the 18th Street Lounge, license number 118846. Because of the board's vote this morning to deny, the board's vote this morning on our calendar to deny the motion, this is now moot. Number 8 on our legal agenda is a review of MPD's request for a fact-finding hearing dated November 9th, 2021. This is in case number 21-251-00033, Sliced and Brewed Restaurant, license number 115871. I make a motion that we have a fact-finding hearing. Is there a second?
Second. Mr. Short, I second.
I'm sorry, Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 9 on our calendar is a review of the request to reinstate canceled license dated November 2nd, 2021. This is in the Rocky and Company Wines, license number 109807. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 10, review of request to reinstate canceled license dated November 22nd, 2021. License was canceled on November 17th, 2021 pursuant to board order number 2021-860. This is Gladys Nguyen, trade name to be determined, license number 114272. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 11, review of request to reinstate canceled license dated November 18th, 2021. License was canceled on November 17th, 2021 pursuant to board order number 2021-768. This is the Hill Country Catering, license number 089475. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Edward Grandis,
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Excuse me. Number 12, review of request to reinstate canceled license dated November 18th, 2021. License was canceled November 17th, 2021 pursuant to board order number 2021-764. This is in Restaurants Associates, Inc., license number 077045. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 13, review of request to reinstate canceled license dated November 18th, 2021. License was canceled on November 17th, 2021 pursuant to board order number 2021-780. This is in Wolfgang Puck Catering, license number 115087. I make a motion that we approve of this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 14, review of request to reinstate canceled license dated November 29th, 2021. License was canceled November 18th, 2020, pursuant to board order number 2020-743. This is Bardo River Brewery, license number 103291. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 15, review of an offer of compromise and notice of hearing dated November 29th, 2021. This is for case number 21-251-00025, DC Shenanigans, license number 088119. The licensing, the offer and compromise states as follows. This is for charge 1. Failure to follow security plan, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25A2386. There will be a fine of $1,000 payable within 120 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda is review request to remove license from safekeeping, status to reopen immediately. Original safekeeping date June 26, 2019. This is to be determined. Gladys Nuens, license number 114272. I make a motion that we approve this with placarding. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The next matter, number 2, is a review application for change of hours. This is for to be determined. Gladys Nuens, license number 114272. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 600. Number 3, review application for a class change from retailer D Tavern to retailer C Tavern. This is 7 Drum City, license number 116422. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 600. Number 4, review application for a change of hours to operate earlier. This is for Penn Social / Little Penn, license number 086808. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson agrees. The matter passed 600. Number 5, review application for entertainment endorsement to provide live entertainment inside the premises and outside on the sidewalk. This is for D Rum Spot, license number 117701. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 600. Number 6, review application for carrier and delivery endorsement. This is for Eddie Kano, Nantucket Clam Shack, Jimmy's Phillies Steaks, license number 110237. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 600. Number 7, review application for the carrier and delivery endorsement. This is for the Pug Pokey Underground, license number 073166. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 600. Number 8, review application for carrier and delivery endorsement. This is Taja of India, license number 060065. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 600. Review number 9, review application for the carrier and delivery endorsement. This is for Carmine's, license number 083047. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Ms. Crockett and Mr. Grandis, I believe, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 600. Number 10, review request to administratively change the address listed for the establishment to 867 New Jersey Avenue Southeast. This is for the AC Hotel, Washington, D.C. Navy Yard, South Capitol Hill, license number 119796. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 11, review a request to administratively change the listed address for the establishment to 867 New Jersey Avenue Southeast. This is for the AC Hotel, Washington, D.C. Navy Yard, South Capitol Hill, license number 119801. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short and Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 12, review a request for an off-premises storage permit to store unopened alcoholic beverage inventory off-site at 1020 19th Street, Northwest Lower 11, Unit 70. The request has been made by Barmy Wine and Liquors, license number 023822. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 13, review request to withdraw application for a new tavern license. This is for Rumney, license number 116564. I make a motion to approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 14, review of the administrative request to reverse the cancellation of the carry out and delivery endorsement due to the check being cashed directly by DC Treasurer on October 5th, 2021. This is for Little Sorrow, license number 060765. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis, Mr. Grandis.
Edward
I
Grandis,
think
I
Mr.
agree.
Grandis is having somebody. Mr. Grandis,
No, I said I
Mr. Grandis agrees.
agree.
Yes, I heard you, Mr. Grandis. Yes.
Yeah.
And Mr. Anderson agrees. The matter passed 6-0. Number 15, review request for approval to provide a gift of Washington Wizards basketball tickets that do not exceed $500 in value to various licensed retailers. The request is being made by Breakthrough Beverage, license number 060518. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. And Mr. Grandis has also seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson agrees. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our supplemental license agenda is a review application of change of hours inside the premises on weeknights only. The request has been made by Popatella, license number 025084. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2 on our agenda is a review application for the carry out and delivery endorsement. This is for Luke's Lobster, license number 108322. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis, will
Ms.
second.
Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett and Mr. Grandis have seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson,
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. All right, we now move to the board's temporary license and one-day substantial change docket. There are 14 cases on this docket. However, we'll call the first 13 cases and then we'll vote on the first 13 cases and then we'll vote separately on number 14. So the first case of the 13 is a request from Hillary A. Bender. This is for one-day license class F. This is to have an event on December 9th, 2021. The license number is 120023. The second request is a request made by Ruth from Bern. This is for one-day license class F. This is for baby shower on December 11th, 2021. The license number is 120022. Number 3 is a request made by Lana W. Mamau. This is for an event at the Miracle Theater on December 4th, 2021. The license number is 120047. Number 4 is another request from Lana W. Mamau. This is for one-day license class G. This is for a concert on December 4th, 2021. The license number is 120048. Number 5 is a request from Jennifer K. Curie. This is for one-day license class G. This is the 29th annual District Holiday Boat Parade. This is on December 4th, 2021. The license number is 120020. Number 6 is a request by Tiara Lassiter, a one-day license class G. This is the 50th anniversary for a nonprofit organization. The date is December 16th, 2021. The license number is 120021. Number 7 is a request from G. Rome Sammy, a one-day license class G. This is a social gathering with DJ. It was previously approved by the ABC board on July 28th, 2021, requesting change of event date to December 21, 2021. The license number is 118895. Number 8 is a request from Jesse B. Roush for a one-day license class G. This is an event at Metro Bar. The dates for the events are January 6th, 2022, January 7th, 2022, January 8th, 2022, January 9th, 2022, and the event will take place outside. Number 9 is also another request from Jesse B. Roush, a one-day license class G. The date of this event, the dates are January 13th, 2022, January 14th, 2022, January 15th, 2022, and January 16th, 2022. The license number is 120050. Again, this is an event that will take place outdoors. Number 10 is another request from Jesse B. Roush. It's a one-day license class G. This again hosting neighborhood events as an introduction to the community for Metro Bar. The date of the event is January 20th, 2022, January 21st, 2022, January 22nd, 2022, and January 23rd, 2022. This event will take place outside and the license number is 120051. Number 11 is another request from Jesse B. Roush, a one-day license Class G, neighborhood host an event for Metro Bar. The date of the event is January 22nd, January 27th, 2022, January 28th, 2022, January 29th, 2022, January 30th, 2022. The license number is 120052. Number 12 is a request from Frank L. Sicklesmith II, a one-day license Class G training event from December 8th through December 12th, 2021. The license number is 120064. And number 13 is an event by the Crucible Southwest Social Event. The date of the event is December 10th, 2021. The license number is 112781, and the substantial change number is 21SC00868. So I make a motion that the ABC board approve these 13 one-day licenses. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hinkson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 14 on the one-day license is a request from I Love You Street Bar Crawl. This is for a pub crawl by Regmo Promotion. I make a motion that we conditionally approve this pub crawl for 1,000 members. This is going to be on February 12th, 2022. And the license number is 104072, and the substantial change number is 21SC00888. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We now have a roll
Chairman?
call vote on the motion.
Mr.
I'm
Chairman,
sorry.
I apologize.
Mr.
I think I understand the motion, but you said it's conditionally approved.
It's conditionally approved for 1,000. One of the reasons why it's only they requested 1,500 to 2,000, and we're conditionally voting to approve 1,000 because the 60-day timeline for other pub crawl applicants have not expired. So it has been the board's position that we would conditionally approve it for 1,000, and once the 60-day timeline has expired, then we will revisit the issue whether or not we will increase the number from 1,000 to the 1,500 to 2,000 that they requested.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for this clarification. I think it's helpful that it's on the record. So yes, I support that. Thank you.
All right. So Ms. Crockett and all right. So let's have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I disagree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0-1 with Mr. Short in disagreement. We now move to our licensing administrative docket. On our licensing administrative docket, this is the final matter of the licenses being issued. There are 24 establishments on licensees on the docket. I will read all 24, and at the end of the list, I will ask the ABC board to approve the issuance of these licenses. So the first applicant is a request from Post Pub. They are retailer C restaurant. They're asking for the carry out and delivery application. Number 2 is BKK Cook Shop, license number 086393. They're retailer C restaurant, carry out and delivery application. Number 3 is a request from Hotel Monaco and Dirty Habit Restaurant, license number 085256. They're retailer C hotel, carry out and delivery application. Number 4, A request from Roses Luxury, license number 090884, their Retail C Restaurant, carry delivery application. Number 5, a request from the Willard Intercontinental Hotel, license number 009713, Retail C Hotel, carry delivery application. Number 6, a request from Grand Central, license number 076693, Retail C Restaurant, carryout and delivery application. Number 7, City Sliders, license number 117354, Retail C Restaurant, carryout and delivery application. Number 8, Shillings Cannon Company, license number 106038, Retail C Restaurant, carryout and delivery application. Number 9, Jane, license number 116175, Retail C Tavern, carryout and delivery application. Number 10, Breakthrough Beverage, license number 060518, their wholesaler A, gift and loans application for Thanksgiving food-themed food samples. Number 11, Made to Measure Cocktails, license number 000. This is I don't have the license number. This is storage facility permit application. Number 12, Barlito Bar and Restaurant, license number 106193, Retail C Restaurant, entertainment endorsement application. Number 13, Central Michael Richard, license number 075607, Retail C Restaurant, change of officer application to add Dave Michelle member with 10% share. Number 14 is a request from WSC20 LLC, trade name to be determined, license number 117170, Retail C Tavern, trade name change application. The new name is Solace Outpost. Number 15, the Graham Georgetown, license number 119993, Retail C Hotel, transfer with sale application. Number 16 is DC Vegan, license number 118543, Retail C Restaurant, transfer without sale application. Number 17, Handle 19, license number 119122, Retail C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 18, the Escape Game DC, license number 120041, their Retail CX multipurpose facility, transfer with sale application. Number 19, 6 Feet Wine Club, license number 119440, their Internet A, new ABC license application. Number 20, D-Light Cafe, license number 119298, Retail C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 21, Whispering Grapes, license number 119369, Wholesaler B, new ABC license application. Number 22, National Wine and Spirits, license number 119114, Retailer A Liquor Store, new ABC license application. Number 23, Ladarte, license number 118368, Retailer C Restaurant, stock transfer application. And number 24, it's a request from Takodo Restaurant and Beer Garden, license number 119413, Retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. I make a motion, therefore, that the ABC board grants the licenses by the applicants that were just read in the record. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. We have now come to the end of our morning agenda. I would like to thank the members of the public who participated in our morning hearings, and also the ABC board members who have participated in the morning hearings. We're now going to adjourn until 1:30. I direct all board members to move to executive session for further development. So I'll see you, the public, at 1:30. And all board members, please return to executive session. Thank you. We're on the record. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC Board. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. We're joined by 5 other members this afternoon. The 5 other members are Mr. James Short, Mr. Bobby Cato, Ms. Rafi Crockett, Ms. Jen Hansen, and Mr. Ed Grandis. The board has 6 members in attendance, and that constitutes a quorum to conduct business. We have there are 4 cases on our calendar this afternoon, and just want to alert everyone that once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature, and we will try to get to address your concerns. All right, so the first case that we have this afternoon is a show cause hearing, case number 19CC 00119, DuPont Market, license number 21578. Ms. Washburn, can you please elevate the rights of the government, the licensee, the ABRA investigator, and any other parties who have identified themselves for this hearing?
Please stand by. Kevin
you.
Sheridan, your rights have been elevated. Investigator Ruiz, your rights have been elevated. Janika Jordan, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Ms. Jordan, can you please identify yourself for the record, and please spell or state your name for the record, and state your name for the record, please.
Good afternoon. My name's Kevin Sheridan.
I'm sorry, Mr. Sheridan. I said Ms. Jordan.
Oh, my bad.
Good afternoon. My name is Janika Jordan on behalf of the District of Columbia. That's Janika, last name Jordan.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jordan. And if this matter goes to a hearing today, do you have a witness you wish to call?
I do. I have with me investigator Mark Ruiz.
Mr. Ruiz, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, my first name's Mark, M-A-R-K. Last name's Ruiz, R-U-I-Z.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ruiz.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Sheridan, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your affiliation with this case, please?
Yes, my name is Kevin Sheridan, Kevin Sheridan, and I'm the owner of DuPont Market.
Thank you. Do you have a witness that you plan to call this afternoon, sir?
The notice that I have says this is a show cause status hearing. I was not prepared for any kind of hearing. In fact, this is the first I've heard of this in 2.5 years.
Mr. Sheridan, this is a show cause hearing. It's a full show cause hearing.
I was not made aware of that.
All right, sir. Hold on a minute. This is a I'm trying to I'll get the notice that was served on you, sir. So just hold on a minute.
I'm holding the instructions that I was given by ABRA, and it says show cause status hearing will be held by video conference on Friday, November 26th. This is the first I have heard of this case.
I'm sorry, hold on. On Friday, November 26th, sir, we don't hold hearings. You can just hold on 1 minute. I can't see you and I don't know what
I'm
document you
sorry.
have.
It doesn't say November. I'm sorry. It said to submit the information by November 26th for the show cause status hearing
And when is the show cause status hearing was scheduled for, sir?
for today.
And the notice says show cause status hearing is
Yeah,
scheduled
it
for
says
today?
status, and in the instructions it says the status hearing is.
All right, the status hearing is when?
That's what it says. Put the show cause status information in the line. It says put your information by November 26th for the December 1st.
What about December 1st, sir?
Today, December 1st. It says for today.
All right. Do you have a camera, sir?
Yeah, I thought it was on. I'm sorry.
Your camera's not on.
My bad. I've never used these before. Sorry about that.
All right, now I can see you, sir. I'm gonna get a copy of the document, and so I can look at the document, and then I want you. Once I look at the document, then I'm gonna have you show me the document that you're reading from. Okay?
Okay. May I just say something regarding this?
What, sir?
I don't know anything. This is 2.5 years old.
Hold on. Just hold on 1 minute, sir. I just want to get. I want to make sure that we're speaking the same language first.
Okay.
So I'm waiting to get a copy of the document, and once I get a copy of the document, then I will have you speak. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So just give me a minute and I'll get the document.
I'm happy to hold it up to the screen.
Yeah,
if you'd like to see.
I'm going to make sure that before I have you hold up something on the screen, I need to make sure that I have a document in front of me so I can compare whatever document I have with whatever document that you have. Okay. So this is something I've not faced before. So there's always a case of first impression, and so. So just give me a moment. All right, let's see. All right. Let me ask you a question, sir. Since we're on the internet, I'm not asking you for your entire your entire email address. But does your email address start with drink?
Yes.
All right. All right. So can I see what's the document that what's the document that you have, sir?
What I'm talking about is right. Let me see if I can. in the instructions right there.
Hold on, let's see something.
Mr. Chairperson, if you'd like, I have the notice that was sent to the government. Mr. Sheridan could confirm if it's the same one he received, and I can share screen since I have it as a PDF. If that's
I did,
easier.
all right, okay, you can, the reason why I just want to make sure that I'm looking at a document that was emailed to him. And that's why I asked about that's why I asked him about the email address. So I have a document that was emailed to him on October 28th. So Ms. Foshbaum, are you able to allow Ms. Jordan to share her screen?
Please stand by. Janica, Jordan, your rights have been elevated.
So why don't you share your screen, Ms. Jordan, and let's see if this is a document that Mr. Sheridan is looking at. So Mr. Sheridan, is this a document? Are you able to look at the document, sir?
This is my first time doing one of these, so I can see the screen, but I'm trying to figure out how to.
Can you enlarge your screen, please, Miss? Yeah. Is this a document that you have in front of you, sir?
Yes.
So where is the confusion, sir?
Instructions, show cause status hearing will be held by video conference.
Mr. No, what's the first line of this letter? The letter that you have in front of you, that's on the screen. Let me ask you a question. Is this, do you have a notice in front of you that's dated October 28th, 2021?
Yes.
Is this the same document that's on the screen, sir?
Yes.
All right. Can you read for me what the first line after it says, "Dear Ms. Jordan"? I'm not sure if I'm sorry. It's all right. For your letter, that's the letters that say that, "Dear Ms. Jordan." So can you tell us, can you read the first line of the letter that you have in front of you, sir?
Yes, it says a show cause hearing has been scheduled in the above referenced matter for December 1st at 1:30 p.m.
All right. So where did you see something that talked about a status hearing?
Okay, can I continue reading?
Sure, go ahead.
Please read the following information regarding how the board intends to conduct the hearing and what your participation in the hearing requires. Then it says instructions, the show cause status hearing, which I've been to status hearings before, will be held via video conference. Therefore, first of all, and what I was trying to address before, I can't proceed with a hearing with the witnesses not even being in the country. The fact that 2.5 years has gone by, and yes, I assume this was a status hearing to dismiss it because there's no reasonable means of me defending myself 2.5 years later. And it says show cause status hearing.
All right, but okay, Mr. Sheridan.
Yeah.
Mr. Sheridan.
Mm-hmm.
You're being a little bit disingenuous, and I'm saying this for this case. The first paragraph, yes, you are correct when it said instructions that the show cause status hearing, but the first paragraph that you just read, it says a show cause hearing. That's what it says.
Okay.
And yes, under the instruction it says, but so why is it that you decide to discard the first sentence that says a show cause hearing, and then you gladly accept the instruction that says a show cause status hearing, sir? I'm just asking you, why would you discard? It's in conflict. Yes, sir.
Okay. So I think it's reasonable that 2.5 years after this happened to get a notice that says show cause status hearing. It's reasonable to assume that it was a hearing to drop it. How can you expect me to provide my witnesses and people and even the video surveillance that we had 2.5 years later, nearly 2.5, 2 years and 4 months later? I am unable to contact any of, I can probably get a hold of someone, but the person that was involved in this, as far as I know, went back to her country during COVID.
It's been over 2 years. So why would I think that you would think that I could come up with witnesses 2.5 years later to something that we disputed from the start?
All right. Well, this is what I'm going to do, Mr. Sheridan. I am going to go. No, 1 minute, please. I'm going to go in executive session, sir, and I'm sorry to. This is an emergency. I have to go into executive session, so I'm alerting the agency that we need to figure out how to allow us to smoothly go into executive session. To Ms. Jordan, can you please close your screen, please? I'm alerting the agency that we have to go into executive session, which I try not to do, but we have to go in executive session to discuss this case. So as chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2574B of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 19CC00119 DuPont Market, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2.574B4 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before it's now that it's been seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting in the ABC Board conference room pursuant to Section 2574B of the Open Meetings Act. All right, I'm asking the members of the public who are participating, please do not sign on. Please do not sign off. Okay, so we're just in recess. I'm not sure how long this is going to take, but we're in recess. I'm asking all board members to sign off. Please, all board members, sign off this public session and sign on to an executive session. All right, thank you.
Okay.
Kevin, I will be muting you.
Okay.
All right, we're back on the record. Mr. Sheridan, you are correct. However, you are correct. However, the agency made a mistake in the caption that was sent to you. However, I just want to correct the record, sir. On January 8th, 2020, you participated in a show cause hearing status for this case, sir. On January 8th, 2020, you appeared in person for a show cause status hearing for this case, sir. This case was scheduled for a show cause hearing on April 1st, 2020. As you are aware, in March of 2020, because of because of COVID that we are currently experiencing, all hearings in 2020 were canceled. And so therefore, this is just a continuation. Now that we have resumed hearings, sir, we have continued, and you, however, did receive a notice on November 26th to inform you that we were having this hearing today. The problem, though, sir, is that in the agency, when the agency informed you of this hearing, the notice that you received, the first sentence in the notice stated that we were having a show cause hearing today. In the instruction, it also states that it is a status hearing, which is an inconsistency. And in the email that was sent to you on the 26th to inform you of the hearing, the subject matter, it did state that it was a show cause status hearing. So based on the error of the agency in informing you of the date of this hearing today, sir, we will convene this matter into a show cause status hearing. So we're having a show cause status hearing today. And normally the show cause status hearing, I'll ask, are there preliminary matters? But it appears, I don't believe that you have addressed the preliminary matter that you have stated, and that you were not provided proper notice that this was a show cause hearing, and you are correct. The agency did not provide you proper notice that this was a show cause hearing. So we are therefore rescheduling this hearing for a show cause hearing on January 26, 2022 at 1:30 p.m., sir. At that date, you have to either you provide witnesses or you make arguments as you are raising today, sir. But unfortunately, because of the COVID-19, we had no hearings in 2020. And now 2021 is that we're trying to catch up with our calendar from 2020 to complete the calendar from that year, sir.
I understand what you're saying, and in all due respect, it's not fair of you to ask me to try to put on a defense when years have passed. These people are no longer available. I mean, in the Constitution, we have a right, if you're being prosecuted, to have a reasonable time for a trial and defense. And I can no longer defend myself because these people aren't even in the country anymore. I don't know anything about where the woman Bayada went. I know that she had a disability. I know that we had video surveillance of her scrutinizing the ID. I know lots of things, but I can't defend myself for something from 3 years ago when my manager, my ABC manager, she had her ABC manager's license. I don't know why she told the inspector she didn't. How can I defend myself years later when these people aren't available? I don't understand. Do I not have any kind of protection of my rights because this isn't a federal court? I mean, this is a criminal charge of selling to a minor. I don't understand how you can expect me to defend myself January 26th or tomorrow or whenever at this point.
Well, what I can say, this is not a criminal matter it's not a criminal matter, but this is Miss Jordan's case, Mr. Sheridan.
Yes,
And
the federal prosecutor, the district attorney's office
Yes,
is a federal
and so-
prosecutor, yes?
but this is not this is a civil matter, sir. However,
Okay,
you can contact her and you can talk to her. They're the ones who are prosecuting this matter. And whatever.
that's actually all I needed to hear. If they're prosecuting this matter, then it is protected under the Sixth Amendment. They're a federal prosecutor. I'm being prosecuted and tried by a jury.
This is not no, but this is a civil matter wherein the Office of Attorney General is the representative that represents the district agencies in Superior Court for civil matters and also at administrative hearings, sir. So this is not a this is not a criminal federal matter. This is a civil matter. However, these are arguments, sir, you can make to the government.
Okay.
And if the government decides to move forward with this hearing on the January 26, 2022, then these are arguments that you can make to the board and see whether or not the board will make a determination if the board is going to prosecute you on that based on the evidence that's presented. So I can't tell you how to argue, but the first person for you to have this conversation with is Ms. Jordan. And
Okay.
Ms. Jordan, can you make sure that can you make sure maybe you can provide him your contact information through the chat if he does not have your contact information, and the parties can have conversations. If the parties reach a settlement, that can be provided to the board for the board's consideration. If the parties are able to settle this matter, then we'll have a hearing on January 26th at 1:30 p.m. and you can make whatever arguments that you want, that you need to make, sir. And we will see if it's persuasive to the board for the board to make a final decision, because whatever decision that's made between yourself and the government, it has to be ratified by the board. So even if you decide, even if the government decides that they're going to drop the case, then or give you a warning or whatever it is, we have to sanction that. Okay, so it's you and Ms. Jordan can talk about this case.
Okay.
And if we have to have a hearing, we'll have a hearing January 26th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. If you need, I don't know if any of the arguments were made, you can ask the agency for a copy of the transcript from our hearing. You can ask the agency from a transcript. You can ask the agency for a transcript of the hearing you went to in January of 2020. Okay, so we have that. We can provide that to you. So if you need the transcript of that hearing, you can request it from the agency, and we will provide that to you, sir.
Mr. Anderson, if I just really quick, I'd just like to apologize because I believe that happened. I honestly do not recall it. I mean, it's been a crazy couple of years. I didn't remember having a show call or status hearing before, and I was in no way trying to be disingenuous. I really was befuddled how years later this was coming up, and I apologize if you took that the wrong way. I didn't mean to. I wasn't trying to be disingenuous.
Thank you, Mr. Sheridan, for that, and I take it at face value what you stated, and one of the things I said to you, that's one of the reasons why I asked for documents myself. So I asked the agency to provide me documents. And so at least when I'm speaking to you, I can speak from knowledge. And one of the documents that was provided to me by the agency, the email that was sent, that's why I'd asked you for your email address. And that email subject was also confusing because it did say something otherwise. So I appreciate the fact that you apologize to the board, and I should also apologize to you for the misunderstanding. It was just a comedy of errors on all sides, and
No problem. Thank you.
a lot of us, because of COVID and a lot of us I believe that we all look forward to 2020, but because of what has occurred with 2020, we're all trying to forget that 2020 happened.
Yeah.
All right. So,
Be nice
but
to
anyway,
do.
but
I will get notices or something. I mean, I've written all of this down, but just I will get some kind of notice as to like how to connect to this conference.
I believe, yeah, the agency will provide you notice again. But
okay,
because we'll give you information about how you can participate in this hearing, how it how to participate, the login information for this hearing. But I need you, sir, to put on your calendar that this hearing is January 26, 2022,
already done.
and you're going to get a similar notice. But if you receive the notice, and I've asked Ms. Jordan to give you her contact information. And I think it should be on the notice you received though. Let me see.
I looked real quickly. I didn't see it.
Chairperson Anderson, I just sent my email to Mr. Sheridan through the chat.
All right, so if you check the chat, Mr. Sheridan, you'll see Ms. Jordan's email address. And so please contact her through email. So at least you can start the communication.
Gotcha. Thank you.
And so both you can communicate and figure out where it is, and we will find out whether or not. But I said before, if you're unable to work this out with the government, we'll have a hearing on January 26, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. And we will, if you can find the witnesses, so be it. If not, you can make whatever arguments you can make, sir, and we'll see how the board rules on the arguments that were made by you. Okay?
Thank you. I do have one quick question because I was confused. I remember when I first spoke with the gentleman back when this happened, he said that there was some kind of offer if I wanted to settle the case.
Right.
And when I think it was over the phone, I can't remember, but the amount and the fine seemed very severe.
Hold on. You need to have that conversation with Ms. Jordan, and Ms. Jordan, she will let you know based on it's the fine range are based on tiers. So
I understand
it's based on the fact whether or not you have previous violations. And so if you have previous violations, the statute states that if you've had X amount of violations, then this is the minimum fine can be. I don't know what was provided to you before, but have the conversation with Ms. Jordan, and she can explain to you what the fine range is. And if it's settled, then she can tell you what ability she has to negotiate the fine range. I don't know that because off the top of my head, I don't know if this is your first violation. I don't know. I don't believe it's the first. I don't believe this is the first time this has occurred to your establishment. So therefore, statutorily, the statute states that if this is not the first violation, then this is what you have to do, and that's the negotiation you can have with her.
I completely understand, and the reason I was asking is because this is the first violation that we had in over 2 years. So when I was being offered a settlement for a third violation in 3 years, I got confused because from what was submitted in the email, you can see we hadn't had any violations for more than 2 years prior, yet we were being kind of strong-armed.
That's the conversation you need to have with the government.
Gotcha. I just wanted to make sure. I didn't know if it was for you or for them. I gotcha.
I mean, well, you can have that with the government. Maybe, I don't know if we have calculated wrong. So they can provide you your history. Mm-hmm. They will ask the agency to pull your license and to see what, if any, violation that you have had. And if you dispute violations, I mean, everything is recorded. So if the same way I said to you that we can give you a transcript of the previous of the show cause hearing, then they can give you a transcript. They can give you a transcript for for what has occurred so far. But
They
you have a
already have.
conversation.
Yeah, they
You have a
already have.
conversation with Ms. Jordan, and I think that we are all reasonable people, I believe. And as long as you talk, maybe you folks can work this out, okay?
Thank you.
All right. And I know you didn't say much, Ms. Jordan. Do you have anything you want to say?
The government has no matters at this time.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Jordan. I do support that the parties to speak. If not, we will see each other on January 26, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. Happy holidays, everyone. All right.
Thank you. You as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you, Ms. Jordan, Mr. Sheridan, Mr. Ruiz. Thank you.
Thank
Have
you.
a good one. All right. Thank you. All right. All right. Our next case is case number 21, CMP 00011, Nana Ethiopian Restaurant, formerly Mignot, license number 100407. And Ms. Foxman, can you please elevate the rights of the government, which is Mr. Jordan, Mr. Ruiz, I think Mr. Ruiz is already here, and the licensee and his or her witnesses in this case, please.
Please stand by. Rebecca Asefa, your rights have been elevated. James Jordan, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, good afternoon, everyone. So we'll have the government. Mr. Jordan, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Of course. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairperson, members of the board. James Jordan, James Jordan, on behalf of the District of Columbia.
Mr. Jordan, if this matter was to go to a hearing, do you have any witnesses? Do you have a witness that you wish to call?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson. If this goes to show cause, the district would call investigator Mark Ruiz.
Mr. Ruiz, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please, and your affiliation?
Yes, I am ABRA investigator Mark Ruiz, MARK RUIZ.
Miss Asefa,
Yes.
Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please, ma'am?
Rebecca Asefa, RBEKA-ASEFA.
And what is your relationship to this establishment, ma'am?
I'm the owner.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
All right, this is a show cause hearing. Mr. Jordan, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No, Mr. Chairperson, the parties do not have an offer in compromise to present to the board at this time.
All right, thank you. All right, ma'am, do you have any witnesses you wish to call today, or are you the only witness?
Actually, I wasn't there. I was out of the country.
No, I'm asking a different question. Are you? This is a hearing, so you're gonna testify something. Did you bring anyone to testify with you today?
No, not right.
Okay, fine. All right. Have you ever participated in a show cause hearing before?
Yes, I have.
All right. So you know that the way this works is that the government, both parties will have an opportunity to make opening statements. The government will You can also make an opening statement at this juncture if you so desire, or you can wait until you present your case. Then the government will call its first witness. Once the government has called its witness, that witness will testify. You will have an opportunity to cross-examine the witness. Once you have cross-examined the witness, the board members will have an opportunity to cross-examine, to ask questions of that witness also. Now, once the government has rested its case, then it's your opportunity to present your case. If you're the only witness, I'll swear you in. You will testify. The government will have an opportunity to cross-examine you, and then the board will might ask questions of you. At the end, the government will make a closing argument. You'll make a closing argument. We'll close the case, and we'll close the record, and the board will take this matter under advisement and issue a decision 90 days from today. Any questions by any party?
No.
All right. So, Mr. Jordan, you wish to call your, does the government have a witness? All right, I'm sorry. Does the government wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson, a brief opening statement.
Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairperson and board members. We are here today in the show cause matter for Nana Ethiopian Restaurant, formerly known as Minyo, located at 4815 Georgia Avenue Northwest. The show cause notice issued in this matter concerns the charges that the licensee failed to comply with the board's 10th emergency rulemaking in violation of 23 District of Columbia Municipal Regulations, Section 810, and made a substantial change by expanding to another floor without a permit in violation of the District of Columbia Code, Section 762B3. The facts will establish that on Friday, February 5th, ABRA investigator Mark Ruiz visited the establishment formerly known as Minyo and determined it was not in compliance with the board's emergency rulemaking. At approximately 12:15 a.m., investigator Ruiz attempted to enter the establishment but found the door locked. After calling for assistance from another investigator and from the Metropolitan Police Department, he went to the establishment's rear entrance. There, he saw two men emerge and identified himself as an ABRA investigator and asked to speak to the ABC manager. When that manager emerged, investigator Ruiz asked him to open the front door so that investigator Prout and MPD officers could enter. Inside, investigator Ruiz witnessed several violations of the board's 10th emergency rulemaking and an unpermitted substantial change in operation. These violations involved patrons not wearing masks, not social distancing, drinking alcoholic beverages while standing, and allowing consumption of alcoholic beverages after 10 p.m. At the end of this hearing, the government will request that the board apply a penalty consistent with DC Code Section 25830. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, ma'am, do you wish to make an opening statement now, or you want to do that when you present your case?
I want to wait.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Jordan, do you have a witness you wish to call?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson, the government will call investigator Mark Ruiz.
Mr. Ruiz, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, fine, thank you. You're a witness, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Investigator Ruiz, where are you currently employed?
The Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration.
And what is your position with the Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration?
I am an investigator.
How long have you been an investigator?
A little over 2.5 years now.
And what duties and responsibilities do you have as an investigator?
We conduct inspections and various investigations for ABC licensed establishments within the District of Columbia.
And how many investigations would you say you have performed as an investigator?
Say well over 150 this time.
Are you familiar with Nana Ethiopian Restaurant, formerly known as Minyo?
I am.
How are you familiar with this establishment?
On February 5th, 2020, 21, I was conducting monitoring of the Georgia Avenue corridor, all the establishments along that area. noticed a couple times through my passers, multiple vehicles located in front of the establishment. I've known prior visits for the establishment door to be locked. So I assumed that they were operating after hours. So I decided to conduct surveillance for a while and observe several people enter the front entrance of the establishment. At which time I notified ABRA investigator Tyrell Prout to come and assist me with the investigation. While conducting that surveillance and waiting for the door to open because multiple knocks was not getting an answer from the establishment, I've noticed individuals exiting from the rear, 2 individuals. I approached one individual that was locking the gate after letting somebody out. As I approached, I identified myself as ABRA Investigator Ruiz. Notified him that we were trying to enter the establishment. We see that they are operating. I asked for the ABC manager or owner. He said he would go get them. He went and got the ABC manager, who came out, and I advised him to unlock the front door for the ABRA investigator, as well as for MPD as they were arriving.
What happened after he unlocked the door?
So they complied and unlocked the door for us. And as they entered the establishment, there's prior knowledge that they used the basement. So I directly went to the basement area where I found multiple tables set up with individuals sitting at the tables with red cups and of a which appeared to me to be beer, which I confirmed with the ABC manager that was present that night. And also the individuals there were unmasked as well as playing card games.
Okay. And how close would you say the tables the individuals were sitting at were?
I would probably say within 3 feet.
Okay. And were all patrons sitting at the time?
There were some people standing up as well and sitting.
Okay. At approximately what time did you enter the establishment?
It was approximately 12:20, 12:30-ish.
Okay. And under the emergency rulemaking in effect at the time, the 10th emergency rulemaking, when were establishments supposed to stop serving alcohol?
10 p.m.
Mr. Chairperson, may I show my screen?
Ms. Foshman, can you allow Mr. Jordan to share his screen, please? Ms. Foshman. Ms. Foshman, can you give Mr. Jordan the ability to share his screen, please? Give me a minute, please.
Mr. Chairperson, I was just able to communicate with Ms. Foshbaugh. She said he should be able to now.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan, you should be able to share your screen now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I believe I can.
Thank you.
Okay. Investigator Ruiz, I am showing you what has been marked as Government's Exhibit 1 for identification purposes. Could you identify what this is? Investigator Ruiz, I believe you are muted.
My apologies. This is the case report that I drafted for this investigation.
Okay. And is it a normal part of your duty as an investigator to draft these case reports?
Yes.
Okay. And scrolling through, this is confirmed to be the report that you drafted here.
It is.
Okay, at this time, Chairperson Anderson, the government would like to move Government's Exhibit 1, the case report, into evidence.
So move.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Now, Investigator Ruiz, looking at the exhibits attached to the case report and beginning with Exhibit 2, could you identify what this is?
This is a photo of a cup of beer that was located on a table.
And who took this photo?
I did.
And where was it taken?
On a table in the basement.
Now, directing your attention to Exhibit 3 of the case report, could you identify this?
This was another cup of beer that was located in the basement on a table.
Okay. And continuing on to Exhibit 4, could you identify this photograph, please?
This was an additional cup of beer found on another table in the basement of the establishment with additional empty cups.
And moving to Exhibit 6 of the case report, could you identify what this is?
This is the certificate of occupancy that was posted in the establishment that evening.
And according to this certificate of occupancy, what floors does this establishment have access to?
The first floor.
Thank you. Board's indulgence to stop sharing my screen. And Investigator Ruiz, at the time of your visit to the establishment, how many patrons were inside the restaurant?
Counted approximately 20.
Okay. The government rests at this time, or no further questions.
All right. Mr. Sefa, do you have any questions of the investigator?
No, I don't.
Any questions of the investigator by any board members?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Mr. Short, would like to ask a
Go ahead,
question.
Mr. Short.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Inspector Ruiz.
Good afternoon, Mr. Short.
Thank you for an excellent report.
You're welcome.
When you entered, it was after hours, after 10 o'clock, correct?
Correct.
When you finally got in.
Correct.
And the front door was locked.
Correct.
And when you finally did get in and you entered the basement area that they were using, did it have a second means of egress? That was a door to the outside? Or did they have to come back up the steps to go out front door?
They had to come up the steps out the back door.
In your professional opinion, why is it against the law for alcohol and beverage establishments which you inspect to have the doors locked while patrons are inside?
Doing something they weren't supposed to.
Okay, well, that's a great answer. But I'll just simply say this. Thank you for your report again, and thank you for the information you just gave to me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions by any of the board members? The question I want to ask you, Mr. Ruth, did you,
Yes, sir.
where on the certificate of occupancy, what floor are they supposed to be operating on?
The first floor, there's a box that says floors occupied, and it simply says the first, number 1 in ST.
So why did you go to the basement?
It's been prior knowledge of a prior case from another investigator that they were utilizing this basement for drinking and possibly gambling.
So, do you know whether or not the establishment, you said from a prior knowledge from prior investigation, I mean, do you know whether or not anyone had a conversation with, or did you have a conversation with anyone about whether or not they should or should not be used in the basement?
Not prior to this day, no. I was not involved in the prior investigation.
Okay, all right. Mr. Assessor, do you have any questions? Do you have any questions of the investigator based on the questions that the board just asked, ma'am?
No, sir.
All right, Mr. Jordan, do you have any questions and follow-up questions based on the questions the board asked?
No, Chairperson Anderson.
All right. Does the government rest?
Yes, Chairperson Anderson. The government rests.
All right, fine. Mr. Assessor, all right. Do you wish to make an opening statement? And what I will do, so you're gonna make an opening statement, then you're gonna explain your case. Is that the way you're gonna defend yourself, ma'am?
Like I said, I was out of the
All right,
country.
hold on a minute. Can you raise your right hand, please?
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Like I said, I was out of the country at that time. So it was my husband, that's the one with the actual ABC license that opened the door. And I mean, there's nothing I could say. I wasn't there, so. And he's not here he's in dialysis right now, so he's not here to be a witness or say whatever happened, so. It's really nothing I could say.
That's it?
I mean, this is like actually my first time doing this, so I don't know what else I'm supposed to say other than, I guess, I mean, I wasn't there, so.
All right. All right. If you don't have any other comments to make, then I'm gonna have Mr. Jordan cross-examine you. So, are you done?
Yeah, sure.
Do you have any questions, Mr. Jordan?
Only a few, Mr. Chairperson.
Go ahead, please.
Ms. Asefa, how long have you been in the ownership of this establishment?
Since we opened in 2015.
And at, I'm sorry, have you only ever occupied the first floor of the establishment?
Yes, for the most part, other than that time.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor. All right, Mr. Chairperson.
Any questions by any board members?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Grandis.
Thank you. I may mispronounce your name, but I want to thank you for being here. Just for clarification, I thought earlier you said that you were familiar with this type of hearing. Did I misunderstand you?
Well, it was just a hearing the first time, and that was just it. And then whatever happened after that, I never had to be cross-examined or anything like that in the past. This would be my first time. That's all I was saying.
And okay, and how did you get notice of the hearing today?
Through an email, and Mr. James Jordan had called me to let me know.
And did that notice tell you that this was a hearing with the opportunity for you to bring witnesses.
Yes, but I didn't understand. Like, I don't understand all the language and the, like, I really didn't understand. My husband would have been here, but he's in dialysis right now, and he could better explain it. He could have been my witness, but he's not here.
So did he know there was a hearing today?
No, he did not. But he goes on Mondays, on Wednesdays, and Fridays. So that's just, he wasn't going to be here anyways.
What date was the notice that you received, or approximately how long ago did you receive the notice?
I'm not exactly sure.
Was it yesterday?
No, I believe it was last week.
And you did not tell your spouse that there was a hearing?
No, no, I did not.
And are you aware that the basement was occupied with customers the date that the inspector went there?
Yes.
So you don't challenge that? You don't challenge the fact what the inspector says?
No, I don't.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Safa, are you you're on the license, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, are you aware that whether or not you are on the property or not, that you are responsible for everything that happens in the establishment?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. All right. Any questions, Mr. Jordan,
Mr.
based on
Chairman,
the questions that
Mr.
the board?
Chairman?
I'm sorry, Mr. Yes,
I
Mr.
apologize,
Graves.
and I'm interrupting you. I apologize, but I do have another question, if you would allow me. I
what's the question,
apologize.
sir?
Okay, you are. What I'm sort of concerned about is that I'm sure you're concerned about your safety and public safety during the operation of your establishment.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you understand that there's a concern about people being, I see, about being in the basement without having it been licensed, because that would have protected, that protects the licensee as well as protects the agency, because there would be public safety concerns that would have had to be addressed. So
Yeah.
you're aware of that?
Yes, I was aware of that, but with all the rules changing and, with the times changing because of COVID, just everything was just changing. I didn't know what the rules were. I know I shouldn't have people in the basement, but as far as in the mask and everything and the time and everything, we weren't sure of.
Well, let's just say with the basement, you understand that there's a public safety concern.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions by the board members? Mr. Jordan, any questions? Any follow-up questions based on the questions that were asked by the board?
No, Mr. Chairperson.
Mr. Safa, any final comments that you want to, do you need to clarify your answers based on the questions that any board members asked you?
No, I can't think of anything at this moment.
Do you have anything else you want to say?
Say that again.
Do you have anything else you want to say?
No.
All right. Mr. Jordan, do you wish to make a closing statement?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson, a brief closing. Mr. Chairperson and members of the board, the government has proven by preponderant evidence that the licensee violated this board's 10th emergency rulemaking and operated with an unpermitted substantial change in violation of DC Code Section 25-762B3 and 23 DCMR Section 810. You heard from Investigator Ruiz, who visited the establishment on February 5th, 2021. After making contact with the ABC manager and having him unlock the doors, Investigator Ruiz observed patrons not complying with the emergency rulemaking. He testified that patrons did not have face masks on. They were not all sitting at tables to drink alcohol. Tables were less than 6 feet apart, and the establishment was open and serving alcohol after 10 p.m. Investigator Ruiz further stated the establishment was operating in the basement despite not having a permit to do so at the time. In Exhibits 2, 3, and 4 to the case report, Investigator Ruiz photographed several cups of what he identified as beer in the basement. In Exhibit 6, he photographed the certificate of occupancy that shows the establishment is only cleared to operate on the first floor. By operating in the basement without a permit and allowing patrons to not wear face masks, stand and sip alcohol, and sit at tables less than 6 feet apart, the establishment is in violation of DC Code Section 25-762B3 and 23 DCMR Section 810. The government has therefore proven the charges in the notice to show cause and recommends the board apply a penalty consistent with DC Code Section 25-830. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sefa, this is a chance to wrap up by you. What is it you want the board to do?
I mean, I don't know what my options are. I know there's a penalty, but I don't know exactly what the penalty is going to be. I don't know.
What do you want us to do?
I hope you forgive me and dismiss it, and it will never happen again, but I don't know what you guys are going to decide.
All right, that's it?
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
All right. Thank you.
All right, the record is closed. The board will issue a decision within 90 days, so let me read this to find it to officially close this case. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2574B13 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that the ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice on our counsel on case number 21 CMP 00011, Nana Ethiopian Restaurant, formerly Mignot, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2574B4 of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberate upon case number 21 CMP 00011, Nana Ethiopian Restaurant, formerly Mignot, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2574B4 of the Open Meeting. For the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2574B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. Mr. Grandis. Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess this proceeding to hold a closed meeting in the ABC Board Conference Room pursuant to Section 574B of the Open Meetings Act. Thank you very much for your presentation today. The board will issue a decision within the next 90 days. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
You're welcome. The next case on our calendar is a fact finding here in case number 21 CMP 00047, Never Look Better, license number 116062. This case has been continued to December 8th, 2021 at 1:30 p.m. The next case on our calendar is case number 21 MGR 00010, Antonia Gillespie, license number 117147. This hearing has been continued to January 26, 2022 at 10:30 a.m. We're now at the end of our calendar for the day, and I will now close the record. As chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on December 2nd, 2021 for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulation, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for December 2nd, 2021, as published in the DC Register on November 19th, 2021. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett, second.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before it's now has been properly seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this aforementioned closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board hearing room bulletin board, placed on the electronic calendar and ABRA's website, and published in the DC Register in as timely a manner as practicable. The ABC Board has now adjourned for the day. I would like to thank the members of the public for participating today. I'd also like to thank the members of the ABC Board who have actively participated in this hearing. I now direct all board members to return to executive session for further development. Thank you very much and have a good day.